Yeah.
Just trying to get my ducks in a row.
Okay, let's see.
And I certainly wasn't here.
What?
I said I wasn't here, so I don't know.
I would give a lot of scuttlebutt about it.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Let me get some water.
Letter.
I know they have to turn the light up, but it's like, yeah, I know why.
Good evening. Welcome to the Creswell City Council meeting, November 13, 2023. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tonight we begin with a public forum in which members of the audience are encouraged if they would like to speak to the council. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes apiece. If you will fill out a speaker registration form, turn it into Grace, then we would invite you to come up and speak to us. So I believe we have one speaker who signed up tonight, and that is Lisa Linnell Olson. Lisa, if you would come up here to the podium, and we welcome you to address the council.
Thank you. Hi, I wanted to come here tonight because recent events in our city and in our community, I think, signal some interesting changes that are very good and hopeful for Creswell. Creswell's an amazing community. We all know that. That's why we live here. And it looks like a lot of businesses might be starting to notice that. There's been a lot more development that I've noticed, and now we're starting to get some businesses that want to move in or showing some interest. And it's people's reactions, including my own, are maybe not what I would have expected, especially considering that the biggest conversation starter I've noticed in Creswell is always, what businesses do you think Creswell needs? I mean, this is a community that wants businesses to come here. So I want to be very clear that with the suggestions that I'm making tonight, I would like to see positive, well thought out, smart development. And I think, or my concern is that, that we might need to revisit some things. Maybe I need to get educated a little bit more on the process, but I had a few thoughts that I wanted to share with you. The first one is that there's been a lot of media changes in the last several years. I feel very confident that the city and all of the commissions are following all of Oregon's public meeting laws and announcing everything. Debbie was just showing me about the extensive paperwork that's available online just for this meeting. And it's not nobody's doing anything bad, but it's hard to follow as a resident. And I think all of you know that. I just wanted to say that, you know, I do feel like I try to keep up, but I felt, I was very surprised to learn that our amazing planning commission team is only able to apply law. They can't do any policy themselves. So that brings me to the second point that I wanted to make is that I'd like to see within the community some sort of local economic policy development work group. At this point, you know, I'm throwing ideas out here. I have no idea, to be honest, what that might look like. I don't know if this is something City Hall even should facilitate. And if all of you, you know, just consider that, if there is a possible container, that's great. Or if you'd rather just give some ideas about how such a group would be able to best deliver their thoughts, obviously this is one of them. I've also already mentioned that idea to the chamber and to Ellen from Rain. So the third suggestion that I have is that we might want to consider adding economic impact studies to some of our criteria for larger business projects that want to move in. That would need to be done, obviously, in a way that is mindful of development, that we want businesses to move in here, but we want them to be successful and well-liked in the community. And if it is possible that something could move in here that people might be afraid would take away jobs and things like that, but if they had to do an economic impact study, we would have the data to show that they're likely to contribute positively. I've seen big...
So Lisa, that was 3 minutes, but I'm glad to give you another 30 seconds to wrap up your thoughts, okay?
Okay, so the fourth thing is that I think we could, advising statement on the site applications to encourage businesses to sample the actual people who live here before, just as advice. They don't have to do it, but then that way we don't get to vote, but it kind of gives them a clue that maybe big data is not telling them the whole story.
Okay.
And
Thank you. So I would encourage you, Lisa, as you have thoughts like this, you, of course, when you always come to a council meeting like this and address this, you can also send emails to the council with your thoughts. As you've already talked to the Chamber and Rain, that's wonderful. You might also talk to Curtis, our planner, because I know he's working on some economic development policy things. But please be encouraged to return or send emails to all the council members and share your thoughts with us. Thank you very much. Okay, Greg, do we have anyone who signed up to speak tonight? Anyone else? All right, thank you again. Second item on our agenda is the mayor's report. So we begin with the appointment to the Parks and Tree Advisory Board. And at the work session last month, I mentioned to the council that somehow or another one of our appointees a year ago had been appointed as a non-resident who's actually a resident. So I talked to the council last time at the work session about moving Bonnie Samuels from the position on the Parks Board as non-resident to the resident. There is one vacant position. It's a position for a non-resident. And just so you all know, the Parks composition, our composition is 7 members. Up to 2 members may be members of the City Council. Currently, our City Council representative is Councilor Osborne to the Parks Board. 2 members may live outside the city limits, and 1 member of the board shall be a person with a background in natural resource advocacy. That position is currently filled by the chair of the Parks Board, Riley Newman, who is a natural resource advisor. So there's 1 position remaining. We have 3 applications. Emily LaFawn, is Emily here tonight? No. William Kent, William is here tonight. And Bob Zybak. Is Bob here tonight? Okay. So the 3 applications, and the process I've used in receiving the applications is then I talk to each individual, kind of discern their interest. They fill out applications, which council members you all have. And then I consult with the chair of the committee, who is currently Riley, and just get her thoughts as well on who she thinks would really fill that position and be the best asset. And so based on that information tonight, I want to appoint Emily LaFawn to the vacant position on the Parks Advisory Board. And Grace, if you can notify Emily of that appointment and of her when the next meeting will be held. All right. In addition, I need to give a charge to the Parks and Tree Advisory Board. And council members, I failed to pass this out to all of you. So if you can also pass one to Grace. And Grace, here's an additional one if you can give it to Manager Amber on her return. So the new charge to the Parks and Tree Advisory Board reads as follows. The charge is to A, utilize the City Council policy for naming publicly owned facilities, which is resolution number 2015-28, and seek community input for naming the new park on South 2nd Street. B, review the names submitted according to the naming criteria, which is in section 3. C, present to the City Council a list of all the names that meet the naming criteria, along with the top recommendations from the Parks and Trees Advisory Board. The timeline is to begin work immediately, present the list of all names that meet the naming criteria, along with the top recommendations from the Parks and Trees Advisory Board to the City Council at the January 22, 2024 work session. The Parks and Trees Advisory Board members are composed of Chair Riley Newman, who is the Natural Resource Advocate, Councilor Norma Jean Osborne, Residents Brent Murphy, Bonita Bonnie Samuels, Stuart Samuels, Peter Osborne, and the new appointee, which is non-resident Emily LaFawn. Staff support is from City Manager Amber. So this is the new charge, and Councilor Osborne, I'm going to leave it with you to bring this charge to the Parks Board at the very next meeting. And you probably want to talk with Grace about getting a copy of the resolution 2015-28 and get that distributed to all the councilors at the meeting, to all the members of the board.
Right.
Okay? Thank you very much. Yes,
When did that,
Councilor Holt.
what is the new park? Hasn't that been there?
It has never been named.
We
Okay.
just named it Second Street, and that's not a real name.
Well,
Okay, so, but this is the new west, is that what this is referring to?
Yes.
Okay, I was just trying to understand.
yes, Manager Amberg asked us, I think 2 months ago, what we want to do for the name. And since we have a naming
Maybe it's not.
policy,
Okay.
I think you might have. We have a naming policy, which was passed in 2015. And so the suggestion was, let the Parks Board work on gathering names.
I was just trying to understand what the park was, because I
Yes.
didn't realize that South Second had never been named. Thank you.
Okay? All right. There is one other item that I need to ask the council about under Mayor's Report. I received an email from the Chamber of Commerce from Annetta Forer, who is the Community Engagement Specialist, saying, we are wondering if the Creswell City Council wants to participate in the parade this year. This is the Winter Lights Parade. The date is Saturday, December 9th. The parade runs from 5 to 7 p.m., although I think it actually starts about 5 and then is over as soon as it's over. We need to register for that. So I need to know from the council, do any council members wish to walk in the parade? And if so, I will gladly join you. December 9
Okay, it's good going into.
at 5 o'clock. So how about as soon as we convene tonight, councilors, that'll give you all a chance to look at your calendar. And I've always walked in the parade, so most likely I will. But I just want to know if any of you will want to join me. And yes, your children, your partners, whoever, may also walk with us in the parade. Kind of a fun. It is a festival of lights, so you're supposed to wear lights. And Shelley, you ought to do a great job of wearing some kind of lights to light up. So we'll connect after the meeting, and please let me know if you're interested so I can register the council. Okay, from there we move to item C, which is correspondence. Council members, is there any comments that you wish to make about the correspondence we have in our packet? Councilor,
I just have a question, but she was first.
Councilor Clark.
I was just going to ask some questions, or ask a question related to the correspondence that we received from William Kent about the tires that were on the RV. And is there any flexibility in the 72 hours notice, or 72, like you have to move your RV every 72 hours if there is something that happens, like a tire slash, things like that?
Well, as Manager Amber is not here tonight, and neither is our code enforcement officer, then I would need to go to Sergeant Speldridge and ask him if that question. You want to come up here, Sergeant Speldridge?
Sure.
Thank you.
So in this particular situation, in the path of compassion, we were not enforcing that 72-hour notice because he was the victim of someone's criminal act. So we kind of suspended it at that point.
Okay. Councillor Clark, anything else? All right, Councillor Holt, I believe you had your hand up.
Yeah. I was just curious what role, if any, City Council has in this whole fencing issue. I've been talking to people in the community about it. It's a hot topic.
In the what issue?
The fencing at the school, which is one of the email correspondence we received was concerns about the fencing going up at the school. They had a bunch of questions, but I'm curious what council, or what role, if any, council has in the decision about that fencing that blocks public access to publicly owned property.
Well, again, Manager Amber's not here. I can respond based on, and Curtis is not here. I can respond based on communication I've had with Curtis and Manager Amber about it. So as you see in the emails, Curtis has been responding to the concerns that were raised, and the need for a fence permit is something that would need to go through city, as all fence permits do. The wetlands issue, I believe according to Curtis, it's more of a state issue. I attended the meeting, and so Manager Elmer and I had talked about this some before she left, and Curtis and her had communication with the people who wrote the letters saying the city's position is fence. Yes, there's a city involvement in that. The wetlands issue is more a state matter that the school district has to deal directly with the state on that one. I attended the meeting, and the superintendent shared the school's legal counsel they had received about fencing and the report, and members of the community were invited to make a response, but that was where it was left. So I don't really know that the city has any jurisdiction because it's school-owned property.
It's public-owned property.
But the school district, it's within their jurisdiction.
I understand, but I'll have to find the case, but this happened many years ago. This argument happened here in Lane County. I'm not going to say the school right now, but this happened, and it was decided that that outside of regular school hours, that yes, that's public. It must be public accessible, and so I think that I'd look really hard into that before we approve any fencing. The tax dollar is hard at work, and to block us off from tax-paying citizens off from their facilities, I believe is wrong, which is why I wanted to know so it would have to come to us for a vote at some point, is basically what you're saying.
No.
Oh, for a permit for approval? Okay.
A fencing permit would be according to code.
Okay.
Codes that do. I don't think this will ever come before the city council.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know.
But the people I've talked to, I've encouraged them to go to the school board
Okay.
and talk to the superintendent.
Okay.
So
Will do.
that's the best I can give you.
That's perfect.
Okay. Okay, any other, Councilor Castillo?
Just one comment. I just wanted to say to Mr. Curtis, what a great job of answering these questions. To Kieran,
Yes.
that's it.
Okay. All right, we will move on then to 4, which is the consent calendar. In the consent calendar, all items are considered routine and are enacted by a single motion. There is no separate discussion unless a councilor wishes to pull an item for the purpose of correction. Is there anything that needs to be pulled from the consent calendar for correction? If not, then I'm entertaining a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented. Councilor Osborne.
I move that we approve the consent calendar as presented.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Councilor Castillo seconds the motion. Any further discussion? Council will proceed to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. We move to the administrative report. And as you know, Manager Amber is on vacation, so we will fill in as we are able to. So first of all, the bills. I believe Mr. Piper is ready to come.
Yes.
And answer any questions about bills.
Thank you, Mayor Stramp. City Councilors, what you have before you is the October bills, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Piper? Councilor Holt.
I'm curious why this line item here is Creswell First, $21,000.
Sure. That's the annual contribution that's in the budget for community contributions. So Creswell First will administer that program on behalf of the city. They have a grant application deadline, and Mr. Steve Carmichael generally gives a report every year on that.
What does Creswell First do?
They're a nonprofit organization that helps other organizations that are not-for-profit.
You want a little history?
I think Mayor Stram could give you more
So,
detail.
many years ago, the city in the budget just allocated funds every year from the city to various nonprofits in Creswell. Then there became a process where we thought, well, maybe we could work this a little bit differently. And about that time, Creswell first started, which was about 9 years ago. They're a nonprofit 401c3 in Creswell dedicated to being a funding agency for Creswell nonprofit agencies. So the city council at that time developed a policy where funds that the city normally would allocate, would rather go to Creswell First, who would manage those funds. Every organization in Creswell would apply, and I think there's a maximum of $2,500 per calendar year they would apply. There's a criteria that the city council adopted for receiving funds, but rather than the council individually going through every application, Creswell First does that on our behalf. And then once a year, they come in and they report on all the funds that have been given out. So it was a process developed as a way of kind of streamlining, but also making sure that it was being reviewed very well by a group of Creswellians for, and there's other information that would be helpful if you want to get a hold of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was wonderful for them to take the lift off of staff time and council time in preparing those individual grant reviews. And they also help people get nonprofit status too. They kind of help small organizations that want to become a nonprofit.
Do they distribute these funds entirely, or do they take a chunk?
No, they don't have any administrative costs to the city. It's all to the nonprofits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions of the financial statement? The bills, other questions for bills? So Jim, I had just a couple, just for clarification. On the second page, City of Cottage Grove, $21,000. That's on 1023, second page in,
Oh, gotcha.
maybe third page. Is that, it's 21031, and I'm guessing that goes to them because they do all of our building inspections.
That is building inspections. That's the quarterly payment to them, along with, there were some additional costs for the Bald Knot property as well.
Okay. Then on the third page, or the next page, in Creswell Chamber of Commerce, 10,000. Is that the pass-through that goes to the chamber every year from the tourism money?
Correct, that is the tourism funds.
Okay. That was all I had. Any other questions, councilors? Okay, then let's move on to Lane County Sheriff Report, Sergeant Speldridge.
Good evening. So if you take a look at our calls for service this month compared to last month, it's pretty consistent with the number. We're right in that 190 range again for this month. You'll note that there is significantly more civil service this month than last month, and that's because we've had a few eviction postings this month that have occurred in Creswell, and each one of those generates typically 3 to 4 civil services. Calls for service are right about par for what we're expecting year to year. Nothing's really out of the norm, which is good. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So what I noticed was, the property is way up from like a year ago. Well, 30 to 47, property seemed like it was quite high, and 196 calls, 32 cases as opposed to a year ago, the flip side, almost double. Have we seen an increase in property crimes in Creswell?
So I didn't pull the raw data for last year's numbers, but for this year's numbers this month, a lot of those property case numbers came from like disputes between boyfriend, girlfriend. There was one couple in particular that generated 3 different property case numbers for us last month because they were destroying each other's stuff. So that's where that one comes from. As far as where we were at last year, I'm not sure what those 5 cases were. We're not really seeing any uptick trend other than the same one that we've talked about the last couple of months with the stolen Kias. Kias are getting stolen. I know we had another one stolen last month that is covered in this report. So that's really the only property crime trend. We're not seeing any increased number of prowler type calls as opposed to any other month from what I can tell. It's just how it fell this month, so.
Okay, so I had 2 other questions, and then see if any other councilors have questions as well. In the letter that we received from Mr. Kent, he pointed out repeated vandalism of Sam's RV. So what are we doing about that? Has Sam been reporting that? Do we have any follow-up? Because if we had vandalism of anybody else's cars and it was happening repeatedly, if it was being reported, we'd be following up. So what can you tell us about that?
So the problem that we're running into in this particular situation is that he doesn't report them when they occur. He waits until a couple days and then he comes forward and says, hey, this happens. He doesn't call 911 when these things occur. So we end up behind the game already. We can't catch anybody in the act necessarily. There's no cameras that are facing right where he's at. There's no, identifiable suspect at this point. I don't know what the solution is for this. This is something that I've been working with Sam for months on, trying to figure out, hey, how do we get this to stop happening? I don't know what the solution is, honestly. We can't, it would be irresponsible to place a deputy for 24/7 coverage watching one person's property. We don't do that. I've encouraged Sam, I know that money is very, very tight for him, but I've encouraged him to invest in his own security measures for his RV, whether that's a trail cam or, a normal video camera, because he has the power source that he uses. I wish that I had a way to get it to stop, because I feel for him. And he is a repeated victim of somebody or some group of people.
Yes, Councilor Holt?
Is this the one there on the corner?
Yes.
Okay, because I was approached about this probably a year and a half ago about this being a big problem. So this has been going on for a while. And I think one of the concerns that was, I don't know Sam, but whoever, the person I spoke with, one of the concerns that they had is that they don't have people on site all the time. So sometimes these crimes are happening when they don't know about it until they, get there and see it. I was told by that person that they have provided video and that nobody will even come and talk to them. Now this, again, was a year and a half ago, but I just want to make sure that, I relay that I've also had a conversation about this, and they feel uncared for.
And I don't want it to sound like I'm trying to pass the buck at all, but I came down here in February, and
No, I know.
this is not the first this is not the first dealings that he's had with us where he's had to report crimes to us. This one particular individual. The problem is, though, we can't follow up on something if we don't know it happened. And a lot of times this stuff is being passed as third-hand info, and we get the info from somebody else saying, hey, this happened to Sam. Well, why didn't he come and report it to us? We'd love to follow up on whatever we can. I've told him, call 911 when it happens, if you know it happens. If there's a situation where you come home or you don't realize there's damage until the next day, call us, we'll come, we'll take a report. Every time I've been made aware, I've gone and made sure either myself or a deputy has followed up with him. I'm not saying that that hasn't happened, because it probably has, and it kind of hurts my heart to say that. But unfortunately, the level of service sometimes isn't always there.
So one last question.
Yes, Councillor Holt.
I appreciate that, and I understand that. I mean, I wasn't even on council then. This was just a person that I know personally. So the last question I have then is, I realize you can't dedicate, somebody to just patrol his area all the time, but do you do drive by there from time to time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to know.
Yes.
Okay.
The last question I had was, it has to do with trespassing on Creswell School District property during school hours. So I was recently in that area, not actually on school property, but some neighbors had called me and wanted to talk to me about the fencing issue. And I stood on their property, and I watched as during a span of less than an hour, at least 4 different individuals were out in the field behind the elementary, high school, the large fields, with dogs, walking, middle of the day. And it's posted everywhere that this is school property, and during school hours, you're not supposed to be on it. So is that, the first question, does that fall within the jurisdiction of Lane County Sheriff to enforce trespassing? And second question, is it being reported? Because again, it has to be reported when it happens or something like that.
We generally do not receive reports of the dog walkers or people trespassing in that manner. We have received reports of suspicious people walking through the school, and we contact those people, that type of stuff. But the dog, especially in that one particular area that I'm picturing, we don't receive any reports for that. We can enforce it as long as the school district is willing to be participants in that prosecution if we decide to go the criminal route. However, there's posted signs. We can also go the municipal code route where they're violating a posted restriction. That's something that can be enforced. I think that in the past, I've had a conversation with some of the council about not wanting to necessarily religiously enforce every single ordinance, because if we do that, then we're writing tickets to everybody for everything. I think that there's a line that we have to find there, and if that's a problem that needs to be addressed, then I'm happy to get that word out.
I know from attending the school meeting that the school has a lot of issues on their property. And so I just wondered, whether they were reporting those, whether we were following up.
I have not received any type of report of that being a problem at the school. I haven't, while working on, I typically work the day shift hours, haven't received any type of call for service for that either. So I know it happens, but it's not something that's generally reported to us when it's happening.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the councilor? Councilor Castillo?
Yes, just real quick question. When you were speaking to the property earlier, and you mentioned, and you have the data from your sheets here, but you mentioned I didn't pull the raw data. What did you mean by the raw data?
So to create these activity sheets, I have to go through all the calls for service for that month. And I have to go through and determine what call falls under what category. This isn't auto-sorted. It doesn't automatically sort and put into a graph. I have to create this graph each month. So that requires me to go through and, if I have 10 calls for an assault, 10 assault calls, I have to go through and make sure, are these actually assault calls? Instead of them being miscategorized. Or, a prowler call. For example, if you call and say, hey, there's someone in my backyard. Well, did that result in property damage, or was it just you heard somebody in the backyard, we went and patrolled for it? I have to determine all of that data, so there's a lot of manual sorting I have to do. So if I were to go back to last year's data, I'd have to re-pull that data and go through each call to be able to determine what each of those case numbers was for.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other questions? Councilor Clark?
I have 2 questions, and I bet you know what I'm going to ask. There's a Measure 11 crime on there. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so the Measure 11 crime is it was a person crime that was reported by somebody who didn't have much of a recollection of the event, and there's no identifiable suspect information. It's documented fully in that report. However, there was nothing actionable that we could take somebody into custody or follow up on. One of my deputies actually spent a lot of hours trying to sort that case, so.
Thank you very much. And then my second question is, can you tell me if there's been any change in our unhoused population in the last month?
Yes and no. We had, at the beginning of the month especially, we had some newer unhoused people that were in town, and they have gradually made their way south, is what I gathered from them when they were passing through, that they had no intention of staying in Creswell. I have not seen them since the beginning time of the month. We have, like I was mentioning, a couple pending evictions that are coming up, and with the people that are being evicted, I anticipate some of them becoming homeless, which is unfortunate. I think we're still right around the same, half to a dozen consistently in our area. The pocket park is generally not utilized on a night-to-night basis, and we kind of run into a new crowd as it goes and people passing through, so.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to move on to our city attorney report, which we have here before us. And I don't know that any staff members are prepared to respond to those questions. So if you have questions about the city attorney's report, please email those to Manager Amber and she can respond when she returns. Code enforcement report. Our code enforcement officer is not here either. So if you have questions about code enforcement, I would encourage you to direct them to our code enforcement officer. Neither is Curtis here. So that's building permits. But our airport manager is here. That takes us to the airport grant report. Shelley.
Counselors, thank you for having me. As you will see from the memo that I prepared, I was a busy little bee for a couple of weeks, turning in the core Critical Oregon Relief Grant Program through Oregon Department of Aviation. It takes fuel tax and it puts it into the grant system. So every year it opens, I believe it opened October 10th this year and it closed November 3rd. You're able to apply for as many grants as you want. Normally the limit is $150,000 per grant. The last 2 years they've bumped it up because they have some excess funds to $250,000. So with that in mind, the first grant that I applied for is the AIP match, Airport Improvement Program, which is the grants that we get from the FAA. We're working on our master plan, which will develop a business plan per se for the airport. So it'll look and see what resources we have, what the trends are. In that we will look at the ability to extend our runway, the extra 500 feet that's in the old master plan. The FAA requires or suggests that as long as money is available, that they're updated every 10 years. Ours was done in 2007, so it's well overdue. So I applied for the grant. Priority 1 grants are more or less a pass-through. They will be the first priorities that are funded. So we will get that grant. That's pretty much a guarantee. What I asked for, our master plan is slated to be $500,000. So we have funding available for $450,000 out of our AIP money. And so CORE will take care of the $50,000. And then we will be responsible for the 10% of the $50,000 or $5,000. So that will come out of the airport budget. Jim and I have had several conversations during this process to make sure that we have the funding available should we receive these grants. The second grant I applied for is Priority 2, which is Resiliency, which is another hot button for the state. And I applied for EOC equipment.
So what that boils down to, I applied for 2 lighted crosses. One thing we realized when we did the runway project this year, we have old antiquated 70s canvas crosses that we put out to let the pilots know that the runway is closed, that there's an obstruction or there's danger. They're not lighted, and even when you weight them down, they move, so you really can't, they're really hard to keep in place. As part of the resiliency, we were able to justify applying for 2 of the runway crosses. They're on trailers, they're illuminated, they run on generators, so at any time, and we can put them anywhere on the airfield. It doesn't necessarily have to be at the end of the runways, but it would be anywhere that if we needed to close a taxi lane, we could do that with those. Those are $50,000 a piece, pretty close. Or I'm sorry, $25,000 a piece, so it's $50,000 of the project. The second thing we asked for were the lighted, they're called balloon lights. You see them on the runway, on the freeways when there's construction happening. They look like a balloon, and it just gives a lot of light for the workers. So we wanted to purchase a couple of those to add them to our EOC. So in case cascading hits or an emergency happens, we have the ability to light an area that may not have adequate lighting for the response that we're planning. And then, trying to think of what the last piece was. Barricades, airport barricades, because airport barricades are definitely different than the barricades we use when we close roads. They can't be any higher because we have low-wing airplanes. So they're a specific type of barricade. So we put in the grant for those so that we can, again, they're lighted. We can, again, let the pilots know if there's a hazardous area that they aren't to go to. And the last thing, the most expensive part of that grant is we asked for an automated gate up by the EOC so that if we had an emergency, they would be able to, personnel that we had given clearance to, they would be able to open the gate to get to the EOC to start the planning and preparations for the emergency. Again, that one, for the most part, we should have enough money, so that one should be funded. That one would come out of, so it's $175,000 for the project. $157,500 would come out of Connect Oregon money, and $17,500 would come out of general fund and public safety because it's for the EOC. Priority 3 grants aren't quite assured. They are as money permits, and they are for economic development mainly. So the 3 grants that I applied for in that is airport security improvements. That is, we have 2 access areas on the airport, 2 ways in, 2 ways out. So one is the north off of Dale Cooney. The other one is down by the EAA. So what I've done on this grant is I've asked for the $250,000 to install those 2 security gates, make them fully automated so that we have a little bit more security at the airport to keep the people that shouldn't be there out and make sure that the people that should be there are there and able to access. Again, these ones are kind of iffy. I'm not going to hold my breath, but I'm hoping that there's enough funding that they will be funded. So again, that's $250,000, $225,000 from core grant, and the general fund public safety would be $25,000 because it's for public safety. The second grant was the LED, airport LED entrance sign and directional signage. I want to, the LED sign has given us fits. It keeps crashing. We have to keep reinstalling it. Unfortunately, it was 2017 when we put it in with tourism money, but electronics just don't work very well. They don't have a long lifespan, and especially being out in the elements, and that gets hit with a lot of wind and rain. So I've asked for the funds to replace the LED sign and all the directional signs on the airport. The directional signs are they were put up in 2000. They're kind of confusing. We still get skydivers, even though when it was designed, we thought it would be clear cut, that they would know where to go, but they don't. So we're going to try and figure out the better way to directional signage so that everybody knows where on the airport they're looking to go and how to get there. That one is for $40,000. The bulk of that is the sign. It would be color, and it would be a foot taller than what we have right now. $40,000 for the project, $36,000 from core, $4,000 from general fund tourism. The last one is obstruction removals, trees on runway 3-4 during the runway rehab. A couple of things were realized. One is the different criteria for an instrument approach, which we do have. We have a non-precision approach. And when the state came down and did their inspection, of course, trees grow, and there's a lot of trees on the south end. So they were identified in that report. There's about 10 of them. They're oak trees. Unfortunately, we took 30 off this property previously, about 10 years ago. So the majority of the trees, again, are on that property. So we will work with the property owner. We do have easements for the property around the airport. So we have the ability to go in and cut them down. There's one in the middle of our property, which is going to be interesting. We'll see what we can do there. And then there's a couple at Garden Lake Park that have been identified. So I'm asking for the funding to help with the cost of removing those obstructions.
Okay. Councillor Holt.
Can you describe to me how that easement works and who's responsible for the funding?
It would be the airport would have to chop the trees down if we didn't have, we still have to pay. The easement is to protect the viability of the airport. So any property owners, any land that was purchased around the airport, they sign an easement giving us the ability to go on and cut the trees that may be hazardous for airplanes taking
At
off
our
and
expense.
landing. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So that project is $50,000, $45,000 from core, and $5,000 from the airport fund. And just to let you know, we did get the last runway lights in last week for the runway project. So we have called and we're waiting for the schedule for the flyover for the safety check. So once we get that done, as soon as I know the schedule, I will let you guys know when that event is going to happen. And then we're still in holding pattern for the north taxi lane because of NIMS, because of our NEPA. We may have to hire a biologist to do a 6 or a 12-month study to see if our taxi lanes would have a negative impact on the salmon in the Willamette 40, 50 miles down the road. So we're working with the FAA and we're working with NIMS, the National Fish and Wild, I don't remember what NIMS stands for, NIMFS, to see what alternatives we have or what we need to do. So, but we're hoping that we can still stay on track and be shovel ready in the spring.
Okay. Councillors, any questions for Shelley?
Good work.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so move to council action items. We have one action item. This is the remote work policy that we've been looking at. And Jim, I don't know, are you prepared to answer any questions on this?
I can do my best, and what I don't know, I'll refer back to Manager Gamper.
Okay, so you all have the summary here. So, are there questions that you would have of the policy that Jim might be able to answer? Councillor Holt.
I do have a question, and it's not so much surrounding the policy itself, but I would like to know when this building was built, were the voters involved in that decision?
So I would like to ask how that's related to this policy.
Because the voters voted on City Hall to have a place for city employees to call home when they work. That's how. And so I don't know, did the voters vote on City Hall? Was it decided by council to build City Hall?
That predates everybody except for Shelley and
And it is relevant because we're asking for the ability for some employees to be able to work from home when we've also asked our taxpayers at one point in time to fund a building?
And Ross, and I don't know that we have an answer on that question. Cliff?
I can try my best. Council decided that City Hall was way too small. I don't know if any of you remember it, but it was very tiny. They put money in the budget year over year to be able to fund a City Hall. It came to council, they voted to build a new City Hall, and it was completely funded by savings through the budgeting process, and there was no vote of the general population.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. All right, additional questions on the policy? All right, then I'll go first. So I don't have questions so much on the policy, but I spoke with Grace today, and I picked up a number of typos or mistakes that were in the policy, and we talked about that. So, councilors, I want to point these out to you and see if you have additional ones, because if we're going to vote on it tonight, it would need to be voting on the policy as amended or as corrected. So, Councilor Holt?
Did you give us the amended version?
Oh, I don't have an amended version. I read it all
Right.
through today, and
We can't vote on anything as amended until somebody makes a motion to get the voting in process, and then it goes into discussion, and then an amendment can be made, or we can vote, or you can make a motion to make the amendments now. But we can't vote on anything as amended until it becomes amended. Is that correct?
Well, that's why I want to go through what I have here, see what all you have, and we can compile a list of things that need to be changed. And mine are not substance, they are typos, things left out, to make sure the document is correct. And then I would make a motion at that point to amend it as follows, and I would then state all the amendments at the same time.
So we're having discussion ahead of the process.
Yes.
Okay.
So, the first one I found was the second sentence, and it says in our summary that the title was changed from work from home policy to remote work policy. And then it's stated that way at the top of the document, but in the second sentence it says this work from home WFH policy. So I think that's mislabeled right off the bat. And it should say this remote work policy outlines the guidelines. Then we talked in our meeting about the redundancy of a statement that appears 3 times. On the second page at the second sentence, it says employees who work with confidential information will be assessed on a case-by-case basis. And then if you look down the bullet points, bullet point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 says an employee who works with confidential, secure, and or sensitive information will be assessed on a case-by-case basis for their suitability for remote work. And the next bullet point says an employee who works with confidential, secure, and or sensitive information will be assessed on a case-by-case basis for their suitability for remote work. So we talked at the last work session that phrase kept occurring, and Manager Emmerich said, oh, I need to take care of that, but I don't think he was taken care of. So I'm not sure, where, Ross, is this policy that you prepared?
No, it's not.
Okay. So it appears 3 times there, I'm just pointing that out to you. Then at the bottom of the page, the last bullet point, on-site at a city facility, there's no period. On the next page, reasonable accommodation, the end of the first paragraph, the last words are undue hardship on the city's operations, missing the period. The next paragraph says performed on a regular basis, missing the period. 3 paragraphs down, the short paragraph, an employee requesting formal remote work arrangements must enter into a remote work agreement with the city, missing a period. And I think that was all that I caught. So those were the ones I caught. Counselors, were there any things, Jim?
There was one more reference to the work from home. It is Under review and updates on the last page. Before Appendix A, on the last page of the policy.
Okay,
The
yes.
WFH policy.
All right. Counselors, anything else that you caught? And on the second page, because of the redundancy of that one statement and not really knowing where Manager Amber wants it, I'm a little bit hesitant to adopt this policy tonight until Manager Amber is back and can say, here's where that statement should be and here's where it doesn't need to be. Jim, do you have any clarification on that?
I reviewed it this afternoon, and you're absolutely right. There's a redundancy on bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. On bullet point 10. I think that could be struck. The next bullet point, it does repeat it, but it goes further to say there's suitability for remote work, and not all positions at the city of Creswell are appropriate for remote work. And the top is a kind of a summary, and these are more detailed bullet points. And so I think that bullet point is actually relevant in this case.
So strike the first one and leave the second one in place.
Yeah, the 11th bullet point is fine.
Okay? So, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. And I'm going to move that we adopt.
You can't motion to as amend something without voting on the amendments.
I'm going to make the motion that we amend it.
Okay.
And then see if there's a second to amend it.
Okay.
So my motion is that we adopt the remote work policy with the following amendments. Page 1.
Point of order. You're asking for a vote on the policy. Point of order.
Please raise your hand.
Point of order.
Counselor Holt. Point of order.
We have to vote on each amendment or on amendments. We don't vote on the policy as amended. It's time to agree to amend or not. You don't get to just arbitrarily decide to amend a document without council consent.
Can you show me in our book where it states that?
Talks about amendments 44, 45, page 46.
Can you read to me a statement?
I'm looking for the
Okay.
exact thing. To amend a motion means to change a motion or improve it because you've come up with a better idea. Amendments must be germane, which means related or relevant. Amendment needs a second, can be debated, can be amended, and takes a majority vote to pass. Page 46.
So, this has to do with, if I'm correct, amending a motion. No motion has been made. I
So the
am
rest- what
prepared
we
to
just-
make
okay.
a motion to amend the document.
Now, you asked us to vote on it as amended. That's different than motioning to amend a document.
I am making a motion to adopt with changes. So I would say this, I'm making a motion to adopt with changes to the policy. I'm not amending anything. I'm making a motion to adopt the policy with the following changes. Then if there's a second on that motion, then the council can vote and the council can move to amend the motion, but no motion has been made yet. So my understanding is that we're not voting to amend the motion because no motion has been made.
Okay.
Okay. And it says on a point of order, let me find, point of order, no vote is required, the presider rules, but that ruling can be overturned by the council. So my ruling would be that your point of order will be overturned because no motion has been made. Thus, no amending of the motion can happen yet. So I'm making a motion that we adopt the work policy with the following changes to the policy. The first change would be in the second sentence, that we would strike the words work from home WFH policy and change that to say remote work policy. The next change would be on the second page, bullet point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which states, an employee who works with confidential, secure, and/or sensitive information will be assessed on a case-by-case basis for the suitability for remote work. That sentence would be struck from the document. At the bottom of the page, after the word facility, a period would be added. On the next page, after the word operations, first paragraph, a period would be added. Following the second paragraph, after the word basis, a period would be added. On the fifth paragraph, following the word city, a period would be added. On the page which begins termination of remote work agreement, near the end of the policy, on the third paragraph which says review and updates, the words WFH policy would be struck and replaced with the words remote work policy. So it would state this remote work policy will be reviewed periodically. So that's my motion, that it would be adopted with those changes. Is there a second on the motion? Councilor Clark seconds the motion. All right, further discussion of the motion? Councilor Holt.
I have a couple things. One, I appreciate the time that Manager Amberg put into revamping the original policy that she wrote. I feel that this one is worded a lot better. This has been a really, really tough decision for me because I have a lot of personal opinions, but I reminded myself that I'm not here to speak on behalf of myself. I'm here to speak on behalf of my community, and I'm here to represent people in my community. So I took it upon myself over the last few weeks to talk to people in the community about this proposed policy, and which is what led me to my question about City Hall, because by and large, the feedback I got from people that have lived here for a long time is, why did we build City Hall? And I understand that feedback. And at the end of the day, our constituents, they pay the people that work here. And so in my heart and soul, I believe that they should have input into whether or not we're allowing work from home. When the policy was first proposed, it was proposed in a way that made me think that it would be used under special circumstances. But what we learned in our last work session was that people have been working from home just sort of at will. Some in the morning, will work a little in the morning, come in the afternoon, etc. And that is what I would like to avoid. And so today my vote will be a reflection of the community members that I talked to.
Okay, other councilors? All right, the council will proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise their hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes with Councilor Smith and Holt in opposition. All right, we move from there to the executive session. The City Council will be now enter executive session, which is held pursuant to ORS period 660, parentheses 2, parentheses 1, to review and evaluate the employment-related performance of the chief executive officer of any public body, a public officer, employee, or staff member who does not request an open hearing. So the council is now recessed. We'll go into an executive session, and this purpose is to review the employment-related performance of our city attorney evaluation. The council will then return following the executive session and return to the agenda.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
I think we came, how many years ago, sat through one. But I'm kind of glad that Bill's going to stay on my side. Because we got a whole lot of stuff to do. I said, you can just stop with the food.
I appreciate your husband very much.
He really enjoys everything, but sometimes I think he burns that candle at both ends.
Too much.
Yeah. But he'll always be available, so if you guys need help. But my yard needs it too.
I understand.
Yeah, my fault. I keep planting and that needs more work.
Thank you. Okay, we are coming back.
Yes,
Do you
but
want to
I'm
keep them?
stealing your water.
Well-
You can keep your cup.
Okay.
I'm just doing as ordered.
You can leave all that stuff there.
Yes, the rest is staying.
Okay.
I mean, I
Okay.
guess I could leave his
So
picture.
I hate to interrupt, but Shelley, we need you. We need you for our meeting.
I'll leave his.
I'll ask more questions.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, like on vacation or something.
Alex Grace's parking.
You're gonna make that up, so then what happens is you end up working.
Alex's.
I
know. She'll appreciate that.
I came from a garden. I gotta go. Because I was working in the field.
I was just gonna say, we're not quite done.
Most of the things I can do that are most productive are somewhere between 11 and 1 or 2 in the morning.
I'm riding the mother of a bike,
And so,
and I was,
make sure she's taken care of, and my husband's taken care of, and then it's just like, I'm
I didn't even
on the HOA board, and it's just like a little bit of
We're not done,
everything.
we just did the rough. We hired a
But I
guy
did
with a
take the
brush
time
cutter,
to
and
review it,
then we've
great
been out there
job,
doing handwork.
and a lot of hard work.
Emily does a lot of work.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of voices out there. There's a
Like
liability.
years,
that
I'm
guys
trying to go my
Yeah.
place.
It's the D's thing.
Yeah, we're gonna get out
Your
there.
performance isn't
But it-
there.
And
I just want to
necessity
give
not
you
wanting to do it,
feedback.
because I remember
Really
wanting,
Everybody
years
that's
ago, wanting to
talked
do
to
it, and
They'd like to
no one was allowed to do it. Then,
Now
and
they're
I
all
worked
on
up out of
benches.
Pearl District in
Yeah,
Portland,
man.
and then we're one of our most valuable people.
Enjoy the weather. Down the
Nowadays,
way.
so the commission accounting stuff and revenue projecting, all of that revenue, they fell short of people and other businesses, and all of a sudden it's like, now we need to do it. It's like, I've been asking for 3 years. and
Starting to feel it.
And now all bets are off.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna be able to go back to 100%.
I got it.
I don't think
I'll
anybody,
watch.
We should leverage it for what we can.
yeah.
And
I'm not sure, I know what you mean, city
it's a good
limits,
idea to change it
urban
for
growth.
remote work.
I like that better.
Because you may be at a conference.
Yes.
And let's say it's a half day,
Yes.
but you could get 4 hours of work in.
That makes a lot more sense to me. It's not primary take home, and it's not making people think, oh, you just want to stay home and work on your government goal. I think that kind of is better.
And then.
Thank you. Have a
Yeah,
good
you're welcome.
Do you want me to shut this?
I think it stays open till they leave, yeah. Thank you, Shelley. This can stay on until.
Do you have a party out here?
Yes.
My sweater. I might have left it in the other room.
Oh.
No, it's okay. I'll get it after.
Okay.
Thank you for maintaining safety. Oh, did it fall? Oh my gosh.
Move your chair back. There you go.
Where am I?
Yeah, there you go.
I knew it was somewhere.
It was right there. It fell. City council meeting. The city council meeting is back in session, November 13, 2023. We have concluded our executive session. And I'm wondering if the chair of our administration committee, Councilor Castillo, has any comments you'd like to make about the executive session?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I would just say that I believe the council is in agreement, and we were very satisfied with the work that Attorney Ross Williamson has provided for us this year, and we look forward to next year and the work that you will provide for us.
Thank you. All right, item number 9 is the upcoming meetings and events. And item number 10 is the adjournment. We are adjourned.
All right, here we go.
All right. Oh,
Is that on? How come you go into executive session and then come back? How come you don't? Can you explain?
And out of mission session?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Well, sometimes the executive session. You leave it, Ross?
Seen the story about he is.
If we,
That's a legit thing.
for instance,
And what's
we
mind-boggling to
could come
me,
back after 15 and
has a fix, but they make people pay for the fix.
Interesting.
Don't worry about those.
They won't
I'm
issue
just
more
gonna-
specifically.
Just leave it, it's fine.
Amber,
Okay.
we always give
I
her.
appreciate
something
it.
You guys have
to
a-
I tried to help you.
No, yes, and I appreciate that. We just decided we're gonna leave it up
Council
tonight,
could also say.
Okay.
okay?
Made a decision
All right.
to not.
Thank
If
you.
you ever want to see what the raw data looks
But
like,
we can't
That's
make, we can't make
I
a
bet it's a
decision,
mess.
say only here.
you can.
Okay.
I got it down to a science.
She might have a better answer.
Got it down to a science, but I'm serious.
We always have, and there's probably a
And
reason
the
why.
reason it came up is because somebody was watching the last time we went to one, and they said it's so strange because you leave the video up online.
Yeah.
And so you get like this hour or however long you're in there of an empty room and you never know.
Yeah, yeah, I had no idea, I had no idea.
I'll talk to Michelle, because maybe we could implement something where you can, they can put a screen when you go into executive session on the video thing that says that we're in executive
People don't
session.
apparently hang around.
We'll return.
Yeah.
I don't know, well, I heard about it because somebody hung around, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good
So I
question.
also have
I
to
don't have a very
Yeah.
be like,
good
wait a
answer
second,
for
that's
you.
not
All
correct.
right.
So would you?
Sorry for the
Oh, we're doing
pushback,
that
just
way.
trying to make sure we're doing things the right way, but thank you for participating.
You're welcome.
No, there's definitely a
I
market.
think I took your pen. You want that back?
There's a human.
I wanted to say
Oh, is
thank
that
you
mine?
personally.
Of how previous people.
Really, it's not even 8
They
o'clock.
probably do it differently than I do.
I know, what am I gonna do with all this
Categorize
exercise?
I don't know. Now, earlier in the year, Stacy said I can go home and mow my lawn.
That's a problem.
That's not.
No, I said do yard work,
Now,
but,
do
that's
yard
not-
work.
but what I was doing wasn't actually yard work, that's just what I call working outside.
Oh.
So I pay, I did do my actual yard
Yeah,
work.
it's all off the top of my head.
I was decorating.
You know.
Thank you. It has been a very challenging year, not only here, but I'm sure
Very educated.
in all your communities.
said,
Literally, when I went to August Mayor's Conference, I had mayors telling me, well, the loss is this, the loss is that, and I said,
I keep all the raw data just in case.
anything that I heard from our
What time
attorney.
is good for you?
Yeah, there
And I-
Differences of opinion.
Yeah, really divergent. I was
That's one of
shocked.
the, yeah, that's the way that I do it originally, because that's the.
I usually go to lunch
So,
between 12:30
But
and
I
just show
do, as the council, I do appreciate you very much.
show up.
Thank you.
I
just put you in.
And
you.
if I'm not
The city
there-
appreciates you, whether they believe it or not.
There's also.
That's very kind, thank you.
So-
One of the
Okay.
reasons a lot is suspicious
In
conditions.
the law firm, are you now the chief? Yeah, I don't know what they call it.
Because each suspicious condition. will
Firm,
be-
your name is one of the names, I mean, it's local government.
No, I appreciate it, I have.
Yeah,
So
so did away with
I actually have
last
some-
name thing.
Yeah.
I created.
you
Yeah, because it used to
I am
take
one of
Well,
the.
she will be because it's next week.
Okay.
Yeah,
Careful not to pick on
Three of
it.
you, okay.
She'll be there.
And so you had to do
Stay
everything.
with
right.
Roy still?
And then like the first month I did it, I'm like,
Still have a
this
kid.
took way too long.
Okay.
And so I had some downtime.
Might even-
And now I've got to cut down to like a third of the time.
Congratulations.
Yeah, our first.
Okay.
So you're way ahead of me.